Say hi. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody that's live. Do you want to go out? Yeah, you want to go out? Okay. Let me tell everybody I'm taking you out. What is wrong with my keyboard? Do I need to charge it, or am I just that fucked up about it? Okay, pup. You wanna go out? Oh my hand. Come on. Yep, let's go, baby girl. You wanna go out? No. What did you want? Did you want a toothbrush? Yeah, that's what I thought. Come on, yeah. Dad? Dad? Did Shiva eat her breakfast? Okay. Thanks. Here's your toothbrush. Here you go. Good job. Here's my sweet girl. Spinning in circles, getting comfy. You're my bestest, best girl. I love you so much.
Sonic Games. Is that what it is? Sonic Games? Oh, yeah. Hello, my name is Sonic Games. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. My phone fell off. Thanks. I hope you enjoy my channel. My channel is growing bigger on YouTube than it is on Twitch. Oops. But lately I've just been playing Donkey Kong. I just got through with a playthrough of Claire Obscura Expedition 33. That game blew my mind. I thought it was going to be a shoo-in for Game of the Year. Donkey Kong will probably be a contender. And my cousin said there's a game called Chained Memories. And he said it might beat out Claire Obscura. So Chained Memories is the next game I'm gonna play. I find it hard to believe that Chained Memories is gonna beat out Claire Obscura, but I trust my cousin, especially when it comes to JRPGs. He knows what the deal is, and he knows what I like, so he and I have very similar preferences. So if he says it's that good, man, and I believe it's mostly about how good the story is. So I honestly, I think it's gonna be very, very tough to beat Expedition 33. But he says that's what it is. So and it was made by just one person, so I believe him that it's a really good game, but I'm gonna have to play it myself to see if it's actually gonna contend with Expedition 33. I mean, that game made me cry multiple times. Claire Obscura was such a... I don't think I have seen a game that good since Final Fantasy X, to be honest with you. Did it already? Yeah. Dad, if you yell down to me, I'll change your clothes over.
I'm making dishes in the dishwasher tonight, so when you get done, clean the dishes up.
Okay, this is all I have. This is my juice glass, this is my water glass, that's all I've got. But Dad, I don't know if I can put this in the dishwasher because I grabbed the handle and I was turning the lid and the handle broke off. So down here it's fine, but up here there's insulation. Okay. And I don't know anything about the battle system. I don't know if it's technically like a very simple normal JRPG, or because the battle in Clair Obscur was extremely active. Like, there's no point in the battle where you're not part of it. Like, most JRPGs, you just have to sit and wait for the characters to attack you. But on Clair Obscur, you could dodge or you could parry them. And I never really dodged because even though you have to parry every single move in a sequence to get a counterattack, even if I missed one, I'd still parry even though dodges are easier, because that way I could practice the parries. So I didn't really have any reason to, was that like an elephant shape? Just by coincidence? I didn't have any reason to use the dodge function. And I only have one super boss to fight, and that's Simon. And even on the easiest game mode, I ended up putting it, because most of the game I beat on the extremely hard game mode, but the super bosses got to the point where it was just like a slog to go through them all in the hardest case scenarios. Like, they literally would take hours to beat. So I just turned off the hardest setting and turned it to the easiest setting, because the only difference is the amount of time that it takes to beat them. And it was getting to the point where it was not fun anymore to play at the toughest level. Because my characters are in the 90s and the cap is 99. So, like, having my characters maxed out and taking a battle or fighting a battle that lasts fucking an hour long of the same thing over and over again just wasn't fun anymore. So for the super bosses, I turned it down eventually. You still there, Sonic Games, or did you just come and subscribe and leave? Or are you lurking? Which is fine with me, I don't mind. Lurking is fine, especially if you got other stuff to do and this is in the background. There's nothing wrong with that. So what do I gotta do to... I don't want that. Maybe I should do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the max would be 5 of those. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the original one was 1. Maybe I should do these, even though I've never needed. I've only used the melon juice like twice in the gameplay. And maybe I should do that, but it takes so little, like maybe it's twice as fast. And you can do that 3 times, because I did it one time. And I can't even tell. It's the left side that takes longer. It's like so fast, it's but I know there's gotta be one other transformation. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's gotta be 5 transformations. There's 4 blank squares that are locked. And I'm not really worried about that. Although it does look like it's 1 and maxed out. Same with this one and this one. And this one. And this one. So every one I have is maxed out by doing it once. Except this. But my next one will max it out. Is this 4? 1, 2. It looks like 4 would max it out. And this one, 2 more would max it out. So this means I could probably have 5 melon juices too. And there's 777 bananas. I've got 586. So 777 would be 677, 77, 777. So 200 minus 9 would... My sword fell over. So I've got 91 bananas that I need. Or 291 bananas. Wait, is that right? 777 minus 100 is 677. Minus 100 is 577. Oh, okay, so 300 plus, or 300 minus 10 plus 1. So I've got 291 bananas left. And where's my, I've got 1, so 292. Did I add that? Yeah, I did. 58.4. That doesn't make sense. Am I fucking this up? 777 bananas. Minus 586. Oh, it's probably because I added one for that when I didn't need to. That's 191. Okay, and then I'll do minus 1 because that's in there. And then I get it to 0 or 5, so I can wait, that's not what I didn't do 6. Divided by 5. Wait, that's not right either. What the hell? Why did that come in on my headphones? Dude, why does my sword keep falling over? Wait, 777? That doesn't even make sense. It's 155.4, so I can get 155 points. Let's see what it takes to max me out. Oh, I'll never know because it doesn't really tell you all of them. Oh, I missed an elect kid. I wonder if I had that. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay, at least I had it. So 155.4 points, which is the points of, because it takes 5 bananas to get 1 skill point. So 155. That one took 2. That one takes 2, which I kind of want. And I know there's not a lot going on in this layer, but there are supposed to be 10 bananas here, even though some of them are after the game has been beaten. Yeah, dude, I love this sword. For some reason, it came with these, which are supposed to be throwing knives, although I don't really know how to use them well. I haven't practiced, but they do seem balanced well compared to the handle and the blade, because that's where I assume the for throwing knives, that's where I assume they're supposed to be. I just feel like throwing knives are a last resort, because if you fuck up, and even if you get it stuck way inside of them, they're gonna get pissed and then they're chasing you down with a knife. That's okay, because I got a machete that I keep on me. It's not real. I mean, I guess a machete is a sword, but it's a different kind of a sword. And this isn't really a machete, it's a lot more of a sword. But I love the rainbow on it. Are you alright? Yeah, why? No, my sword fell down. That's probably what you would have heard. Thank you, though. Okay. Oh, I didn't lock it up. it up. As long as I don't conceal this in my state, Missouri, I can carry this around and have carried it around. And I've got Gorilla Tape around it, around the bottom, so it doesn't break through and cause problems. Like, a lot of other swords have problems when they're sharp and their case just cannot handle the sharpness. These are some of my favorite toys. I've got another one I like better than this one, but this one is a lot quieter. If you see, it's got silicone on both sides. So does the other one, but the magnets in it are so powerful that it's really, like, loud. So this is just one to use. And this is probably my favorite one I got. It's from Specs. And it's rare earth magnets that are incredibly small beads. And I got the rainbow colored ones, and like, it's literally just like putty in your hands. It's fucking amazing shit that we have been blessed with the ability to make these things and have an abundance of rare earth materials to make these. And I'm quite sure, I know I've dropped them and blown them apart, but I would have found them easily. I'm quite certain that somebody found them, and as long as they've got their own, like, is to camera and weird having it on. Okay. tell me to call down so I can switch your stuff over. Oh man, I hope I... Oh, that happened right at the exact same time. That's crazy. Well, I've already got one. Passimon. Yeah, looks like I've got it, but I still want to try to catch it. Oh, damn it. I don't love this fucking magnetic buddy stuff. Oh, and I still didn't get it. At least I already had one. I am so fucking tired, dude. I've been up since like... I don't know, dude. I got up at like around midnight last night. Listened to creepypastas, tried to fall asleep. Then I started streaming at like 3:30, and then I left, went to the doctor, and came back. So I haven't slept like all night. Are you checking out the dryer? Huh? Was you checking out the dryer that was making all the noise? Oh, did it scare you? Yes, yes, you are. Oh, you want some treats, huh? Here, how about some treats? Just because you deserve them, because you're just the sweetest puppy. There you go. I love you, baby girl. Yes, I do. I love you so much. Hi. Oh, no, fuck off. I don't want any. I don't want to buy any fucking. I do not want to buy fucking views and streamers or views and subscribers. Fuck that. I just gave you your treats, pup. Why do you expect to get mine? What?
Boom, scientific racism. This bad boy is a genuine phrenology head. I picked this up in, I think, Virginia, hidden amongst the rows of Confederate memorabilia. I'll let you make all the jokes you want about that. Boom, scientific racism. This bad boy is a genuine phrenology head. I picked this up in, I think, Virginia, hidden amongst the rows of Confederate memorabilia. I'll let you make all the jokes you want about that. You might be wondering what would happen if you hit yourself on the head right here, really hard. Well, you might lose your moral and religious sentiments. So go ahead, do it.
Do the world a goddamn favor.
Phrenology was the idea that people have inherent and scientifically provable predispositions based on the size of their cranium. And so things like that were used by early scientists to justify their pre-existing racist beliefs that certain groups of people had their skulls shaped differently and therefore were more violent or more aggressive or less intelligent or something like that. If any of you guys have seen Django Unchained, it's like that. Grab him by his little racist face. Boom, scientific racism. This bad boy is a genuine phrenology.
No, it's so weird because I was just talking about that. What the fuck is this? There's a little rat under there. It's like, it's like Ratatouille, but if instead of the chef, Ratatouille was controlling the president. Whoa, those eyes though. Those eyes look fucking haunting. Those eyes look like they're the Antichrist eyes or something. What the shit?
Imagine if I had done any of this. Let me just, I just want to be clear about this. Imagine that Imagine if I had pulled Fox News' credentials from the White House press corps. You're laughing, but no, this is what's happening. Imagine if I had said to law firms that were representing parties that were upset with policies my administration had initiated, that you will not be allowed into government buildings. We will punish you economically for dissenting from the Affordable Care Act or the Iran deal.
Which, we're not getting into that.
We will ferret out students who protest against my policies. It's unimaginable
Shooting, bang, bang.
that the same parties that are silent now would have tolerated behavior like that from me, or a whole bunch of my predecessors. So, and I say this not on a partisan basis. This has to do with something more precious, which is, who are we as a country and what values do we stand for? Imagine if I had done any of this. Let me just, I just want to be clear.
Oh, they got these.
I've purchased 10,000 shade balls to try to swim in. Now, there is a scientific and safe way to test this, which would be to go in the shallow end, but I am going to jump in the deep end and just see if I can swim.
Oh, you
It was probably right about now that I thought back to my conversation with the shade ball manufacturer.
You don't recommend swimming in shade balls, so do you think it's a bit dangerous, maybe?
It's dangerous.
So dangerous, in fact, that he regularly refuses requests from residential customers.
I appreciate you making an exception for science, and we will not promote this as a thing that people should do. We will show people what happens, and therefore that they should probably not do it.
What makes shade balls inherently more dangerous than other plastic balls is that they're half full of water, so they're heavy. This bag of 1,200 shade balls weighs 300 kilograms or 660 pounds.
So when I ordered 10,000 of these things, I didn't really think about how hard it would be to get them home. And now we have them all in the back of a U-Haul. Now the only challenge, getting them out.
After driving the largest vehicle I've ever attempted across LA, I hired a moving company.
And heavy.
There's that one. It's time to release the balls. Go! It's just about there. And you can see already the balls have sort of arranged themselves in crystal structures. We basically got a single layer of balls on the whole pool. I'm gonna jump in and try to swim with them.
Which brings us back to
2, 1. All right, I'm swimming. So this is breaststroke, and I can swim, but I am getting a lot of balls in the face. I've purchased 10,000 shade balls to try to swim in. Now, there is a scientific and safe way to test this, which would be to go in the shallow end, but I am going to jump in the deep end.
I have a feeling
and just
he
see.
likes that. Oh, heavens to Betsy.
Is people with kids that act like everyone in the world should just bend over backwards and cater to them because...
So I was initially going to stitch this out of costume, but then I thought, you know what, I'm recording as Mary Poppins today, I may as well just stitch this as Mary Poppins, at least in the costume, because it's highly ironic considering the story I'm about to tell. So I've been a kids entertainer since 2014, but I've been a Disney princess impersonator at kids parties for the last 7 years, which I've recently retired from doing because, not gonna lie, your girl's a little bit sick of it now. But back in 2018, I had a weekend where I had back-to-back aerial parties one morning, like literally two 2-hour parties, one after the other. But then in the afternoon, I was invited as a guest to a friend's birthday barbecue. So I finished my aerial parties and then went to this friend's birthday barbecue just as myself, like I said, invited as a guest. I was not entertaining, I was not dressed as a princess, I was literally going as myself. And obviously it was a friend's birthday, so there were a lot of Prosecco and Pimm's, and I was getting very merry. I was getting very, very drunk. So I'm at this birthday barbecue just chatting to my friends, and then this woman approaches me and she comes and sits next to me. She taps me on the shoulder and she goes, "Oh, you're Georgia, aren't you?" And I was like, "Yes, hello, stranger, nice to meet you." Now I should probably point out that at this birthday barbecue, obviously there were a couple of children there, just kind of running amok, having fun in the garden. Like I said, it was a beautiful sunny day, so the parents were just getting merry whilst their kids were running around. And this woman goes, "Oh, that's my daughter over there." And I went, "Okay, that's nice." She then said, "You're a kids entertainer, aren't you? That's what they've just told me, you're a kids entertainer." And I had a sudden feeling that I knew exactly what she was going to ask me, but I said, "Yes, I am. I actually had 2 parties this morning, funnily enough." She then says, "Oh, the kids are really, really bored. Do you think you could just like run a party game for them, or like entertain them just for a bit, just so they're out of our hair for a couple of hours, you know?" And like I said, I'd been at this birthday barbecue for a little while. I'd been drinking a lot of Prosecco and Pimm's. I hadn't eaten anything yet. I was very, very drunk at this point. And I politely, but slightly bluntly, just kind of turned to her and went, "Are you going to pay me?" Obviously I said it laughing, but she just looked at me like, "What?" And I was like, "Well, yeah." And I continued to kindly explain to her that, you know, it was my time off, I was invited as a guest, and, you know, unless she was going to pay me some money, I was not going to take time out of my celebration of my friend's birthday to entertain children that aren't mine, that...
Can you imagine paying a drunk Disney princess for your party?
You know, I have no interest in, to be honest, at this point. Like I said, had a whole morning of kids' parties and I just didn't really want to be around kids at that point. And of course, this woman did not like my answer very much. She then went and complained about me to absolutely everybody at this party. But you know what? I had to set some boundaries. You know, unless she was going to pay me money, I was not going to entertain the kids. You know, I mean, you can tell me I'm wrong in the comments if you want, but I personally, it was a personal choice to say no. And you know what? I don't regret it. I had a great time.
Is people with kids that act like everyone in the world should just bend over backwards and cater to them because...
So I was initially going to stitch this out of costume, but then I thought, you know what, I'm recording as Mary Poppins today, I may as well just stitch this as Mary Poppins, at least in the costume, because it's...
Uh-oh. Oh, whoa, oh. Oh, no.
The caption reads, 25 cents a mile special. Let's see if this guy's earning it here. We got ourselves a flatbed with a bunch of rolled up coil stock secured to the deck here. And, yeah. Let's start off back to front, which is the opposite way we should do things. We got the tires down here, which are looking a little squishy. I mean, it is a heavy load, but I mean, they shouldn't be squishing that much. And then we got the deck up here, which looks like it's been sitting by the beach for the past 10 years. We move on to load securement here. We got ourselves 4 rolls. We got 4 chains, which is a nice even number. Unfortunately, most guys will put 4 chains on a single roll. He does have a strap on this one, which is pulling in the wrong direction. And then to top it all off, he's got a 4x4 on a ramp angle, so that way there, when he does stop too fast and these all break loose, to just jump right to the cab. Hey, don't get me wrong, I'm all for people earning a Darwin Award, but unfortunately I got to drive on the road with these idiots. So yeah, 25 cents a mile seems a bit much. There you go. The caption reads 25 cents a mile special. Let's see if this guy's earning it here. We got ourselves a flatbed with a bunch of rolled up coil stock.
You know how heavy that shit? My God. The stupidity of... Dude, in the construction trade, you will see the dumbest shit saying, oh no, don't touch this, you'll get zapped. And my dad, I talked to my dad about it one day. He said, for every stupid ass rule you see that says do not do this, it's because some stupid ass did it.
Oh my gosh, man, I can't sleep. They say try counting sheep. Maybe that'll work.
The list isn't even real. And if it was real, they'd probably all be, especially him because they were best friends. But if he is on it, no, he's not. And what if your leader's on it too by themselves? We should just all stop talking about the list.
1. Oh my gosh, man, I can't sleep. They say try counting sheep. Maybe that'll work.
That's pretty funny. I love Tony Sakaguchi. He's good. Finally. I knew I shouldn't have taken a piss before I left this morning for the doctor in case I got a UA. Because I can get a UA at any given time. So I drank like 5 full glasses of water. 5 full glasses of water, and I think these might be like a half a liter or whatever. I drank 5 full glasses of water, and it just now hit me. I had to piss like a racehorse. Weird Al.
Hey, did you know about this unreleased ultra-rare action game for the original Nintendo Entertainment System? It's called Weird Al, the video game. And, well, you play as me. I'm Weird Al Yankovic, and this is my favorite super gaming secret. Okay, so this...
Weird Al Yankovic. I thought it was Yankovic. Whoa, that blew my mind.
Secret game takes place during various stages of my career. Level 1 is where you record your very first single in a public restroom. You have to mash the B button as fast as possible to finish recording the song before a bunch of angry guys with bursting bladders bash down the door. Level 2 is inspired by my Eat It video. Here, you fight other gang members by throwing Spam and tuna casserole into their mouths until they literally blow up and for some reason drop library books. Level 3 is loosely based on my movie UHF. You play as Rambo Al, running and gunning, battling your way through RJ Fletcher's Channel 8 henchmen who are throwing spatulas at you while poodles fall from the sky. The boss fight at the end of this level is Conan the Librarian, who'll try to take you out with his giant broadsword. Just make sure to return all those library books you got in the last level, or he won't let you pass this one. Level 4 is all about the Saturday morning kids show I did back in the 90s. It's kind of like Donkey Kong, where you have to dodge all of the network TV executives trying to give you notes to inject educational moral lessons into the episodes, when all you want to do is make something funny. If you can reach the top, you'll be rewarded with the Magic Garden Shears. Level 5 is a short stage where aliens visit Earth and blast you with a photon ray while you're sleeping. Suddenly your mustache jumps off your face and grows into a huge monster. Just fling the Magic Garden Shears at it and you can beat it pretty easily. By the way, this is actually the true story of why I don't have a mustache anymore. Level 6 is going to the DMV. I don't know why they put this level in here, but I mean, everyone has to go to the DMV, right? The problem is this level is 8 hours long. However, if you hold down a secret button combo when the level starts, you can make an appointment in advance, and then the level will last only 7.5 hours. In level 7, you've run out of money making the white and nerdy music video, and now the cops are chasing you through the streets of LA for shooting without a permit. Good thing you passed that driver's test. On level 8, your Nintendo spontaneously explodes. You know what? I just skipped this level. Level 9 is based on my movie Weird the Al Yankovic Story. It's not actually about the movie, it's basically just you repeatedly blocking phone calls from confused reporters wanting to know if you really killed Pablo Escobar and got assassinated by Madonna in 1985. Finally, level 10 is a post-apocalyptic concert in the distant future, where you save what's left of humanity using nothing but the mighty power of the accordion. And of course, after you beat the game, your Nintendo swallows the cartridge like a tasty meal. Pretty awesome game, huh? I wonder why it never came out. Hey, did you know about this unreleased ultra-rare action game for the original Nintendo Entertainment System? It's called Weird Al, the video game. And, well, you play as me. I'm Weird Al Yankovic, and this is my favorite super gaming secret. Okay, so this secret game takes place during various stages of my career. Level 1 is where you record your very first single in a public restroom. You have to mash the B button as fast as possible to finish recording the song before a bunch of angry guys with bursting bladders bash down the door. Level 2 is inspired by my Eat It video. Here, you fight other gang members.
I would like to tell you about the best idea I have ever had. It's an app that installs a bean on your phone. It's currently more popular than Google. The bean that you put on your phone really wants to spend more time knitting. And so you can give it an amount of time that it can spend knitting, but you can't touch your phone while it's knitting. And if you do, it'll drop its stitches and be sad. My bean is a cat. It's named Gummy Bean after my cat Gummy Bear. But if you let it knit, it will make socks and scarves, and then you can trade socks and scarves in for furniture for the bean's room.
Aww.
It's called Focus Friend. You don't have to make an account, there are no ads, we don't collect any data, and it's free. And obviously you want this. I would like to tell you about the best idea I have ever had. It's an app that installs a bean on your phone.
Does that represent their socks club?
Welcome guys, another video. Today we'll be discussing Denim's and Caseytron's response to my lawsuit, which was due on Friday of last week. They did respond, and I'm going to go over it for you guys now. And I'm just going to put it this way. This is just a total flawless victory for us. That's how I'm seeing it, and I'll explain why. So here's the filing, and I'm only going to show Denim's because they have the same attorney, and Caseytron's was nearly identical to Denim. So I'm just going to look at hers, and it represents both. So basically what you'll see if you scroll this is they're answering the complaint, and you're just going to see a lot of copy paste. Defendant denies. Defendant denies. Paragraph 6 contains legal conclusions with no responses required. Lots of copy pasting. It's all very just formal, kind of saying as little as possible. Answer paragraph 9, defendant lacks sufficient knowledge or information to form a belief. Essentially just saying we can't say. This one says contains legal conclusions which no response is required. Just basically not saying anything. Number 16, they start to move on to defendant denies the allegations. Defendant denies the allegations. They copy pasting. Deny, 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 deny. That's the Hassan form. Look at all this. Look at this copy pasting. It's the same answer between 22 and fucking 40. Is it the same between 22 and 45, which says answering paragraph whatever 32 in this case, defendant lacks sufficient knowledge or information to form a belief concerning the truth of the factual allegations contained there within. On that basis, denies such allegations. So they copy pasted that monster of a claim, 22 to 24. This is essentially an exercise in saving money and cutting every corner possible and doing as little as possible, right? That's what's happening here. Continue on, more copy pasting, paragraph 46 to to 63 says identical things. It just says paragraph 46 contains legal conclusions to which no response is required. And they copy paste that. And then they move on to copy pasting here. 65 to 70, defendant denies the allegations. 71, defendant denies the allegations. So this is essentially what this continues to be. They really don't say anything in this. Everything is like, I don't know, we don't know. We can't, how can we conclude? We don't know. Just that repeated and copy pasted like 100 times. Here's when they have now the ability to set their case forth, to explain their defense. They have claimed that our lawsuit is frivolous. Hassan has claimed it. They have claimed it. Everybody who is trying to support them, Ian Idubs has claimed it. They say it's frivolous. Why?
Yeah, that's so pathetic. If it's so frivolous, then why not mention how frivolous it is and try to get an anti-slap? But it's pretty solid lawsuit, honestly. And if they hadn't called CPS to his house, it might have been different. It might have worked out. And does Hassan care? No. He gives no shits. That's why he offers no money to their funds. To their lawyer funds. honestly, I imagine Hassan might have even told them, mind your P's and Q's, because Ethan can be litigious sometimes, and he might sue you for some old bullshit. Like, that's why he got his content new copyrighted, so the people that threw fucking whoever knows how many people watch those on those streams instead of on his channel, which, like, that's fucked up, dude.
Then, have you declined to do the minimum amount of work in your case to explain it? Here, first affirmative defense for fair use. Complaint in each and every cause and action set forth fails to state facts sufficient to constitute a cause of action upon which relief can be granted. Copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. This is their defense. This is their answer on fair use. Plaintiff's claims are barred in whole or part by the equitable doctrine of unclean hands. I'll tell you, the only unclean hands here are yours, bucko. I resent that. That is actually a legal doctrine. I'm just being silly. Yeah, it's just copy pasting. I mean, it's unbelievable, the lack of effort that's gone into this. So that's what it is by their attorney. Besides what's written here, the most interesting takeaways are these, and I'll tell you. Kind of as I touched on, one, they did the laziest, cheapest response, and they failed to tell their story. They had a chance to respond, and they did not take it. The biggest thing to me is they failed. They had the opportunity to file a motion to dismiss. This is what you do when you believe you have a frivolous case. You're telling the judge, this is so frivolous that I'll just set the facts straight for you, and it's so obviously fair use that we don't need to waste anyone's time going any further than this. They did not file a motion to dismiss, which means the attorney looked at the facts and considered them all, that they all have merit, and that there was no way in hell a judge would grant a motion to dismiss. That is essentially a confession, a concession that the lawsuit is not frivolous. Because if it was, they would have filed motions to dismiss. That would have been a no-brainer. They didn't do it. The lawyer said, let's not even do that. Let's save money, right? You have no chance of winning. So that's interesting. The other interesting thing about this is that they did not file any counterclaims. We were expecting them to try to file counterclaims, which means they would include in their response some ridiculous trumped up defamation or something, just something to give them leverage against us, to be like, oh, so they have to deal with this. Or you want to negotiate? Well, we're going to drop our counterclaim now, and you have to drop your lawsuit, this and that. They didn't even do that, because here's the truth. Because either their lawyer is lazy, which might be, I don't know, or he was like, I don't see any legitimate cause, it would just be a waste of time. But the thing is, they both each raised $40,000, so they have $80,000 in the coffer, the war coffers here. And this is the cheapest, laziest dog shit response you can imagine. No motion to dismiss and no counterclaims filed. So this to us is a total flawless victory. No motion to dismiss, no counterclaims, no case even set forth in the complaint. Lazy, horrible, dog shit. Straight L's all around, guys. I'll be honest, me and my lawyer were both pretty floored when we saw this, because we were accepting these guys to go to war. They were talking a big game. Denims was just raising money a few months ago to sue me for defamation. What happened? What happened? You were so tough. You were talking all kinds of shit. You started to GoFundMe. What happened to this? You had a chance and you didn't even write in a counterclaim. What a coward loser you are. What a coward loser you are, Denims. No counterclaim, no motion to dismiss. Fat L's, cringe, you lose, I win. So what happens now is it goes to, basically it goes to discovery, and then after that, it goes to summary judgment, which is where I think we're gonna win, which is essentially after discovery, they have to actually write a response to the charges, to the judge, and then we get to respond to it, and then they respond to our response, and that is basically putting it in the judge's hands to say, hey, we're looking for a summary judgment. We don't need to go to trial. And I think that's where we're going to win. Personally, that's basically it. There's really nothing much to say about it. It's just a total and complete loss. They talked a big game. They had a chance to show it. They failed to level any defense, any criticism at all. They've conceded that this lawsuit is not frivolous, and the fun is only going to begin now. So I don't know that they're going to be able to copy paste their way out of this one, but we shall see. I just basically want to know why Denims didn't sue me for defamation like she promised. I was really hoping to have a good time with her, and you know, I was looking forward to that claim of defamation, but get a chance right here. I gave her golden opportunity. No motion to dismiss, no counterclaims. Why is that? Lazy, dumb losers. No money spent. Raised money, didn't spend the money. That's interesting, isn't it? That's all I have to say about that. So we will stay tuned. Again, this is Denims and Casey Tron. Frogan's response will be due in a couple of weeks, so we will enjoy that. Although I expect it to look something like this, but she has a different attorney, so who knows? Maybe we'll see a different strategy unfolding. But me and my lawyer, we honestly expected too much. We expecting way too much of our opponents. We thought for sure there would be a counterclaim at least, right? But they're dumb and they're bad and they're wrong, and they don't have the facts, they don't have the law, and also they're hateable. That's 3 strikes. You're out, ladies. This is Ethan Klein taking a hit of my inhaler and saying, I'll see you guys in the next one. That shit hits good.
How did it get to be so cool?
Oh, girl.
Did you put this in like the fridge or a freezer or something beforehand?
I think I'm on a cloud.
I'm really cold as well.
I can fall asleep right now.
Oh, yeah.
You need this.
Absolutely.
It's like hitting my inhaler 420 blazes.
Let's get into it right now with Hassan versus Orbiters. Okay.
This guy has been doing great legal analysis.
I'll show you guys the PP, right? I'm going to whip out my PP here, guys. And by the way, make sure you smash the like button, regardless of how you feel about the PP. Make sure you smash the like button. It's very, very important. And also consider sharing this out on social media because it'll help us get going here as we race towards 2,000 subs. So we're in a continuation of Klein versus the Orbiters. As you guys all know, Ethan Klein is still engaged in a copyright infringement lawsuit, not defamation, not defamation, not criminal, whatever. This is a copyright infringement lawsuit against Casey Trons, Denim, and Frogan. Now, we're not going to talk about Frogi Yogi because Frogi Yogi got a delay of game, and Frogi Yogi has a different lawyer. So these two ladies have the same lawyer, which is going to be a potential conflict. So as this thing goes forward, this is going to be a conflict of interest, without a doubt, between Casey Tron and Denims having the same attorney, because they can make adverse statements against each other, so that's potentially problematic, right? And particularly if they come into a settlement arrangement, right? The settlement for one could involve selling out the other. So I think their lawyer has a conflict, but somehow magically that lawyer agreed to this, and both of these girls agreed to this, which is very, very insane that this happened. So these two girls have answered the complaint, which means they received the initial legal paperwork and they wrote back. They said, here's how we respond. And what I want you to understand when we look at this, their defense, is that Denims filed her answer on the 14th and Casey Tron filed on the 15th. So this is something that happened just a couple days ago, right? So it's very fresh legally. Almost nobody has covered this. Certainly people haven't read it in detail. And what I did was I read the entire document, both of them. And I looked at what they had in common, and I wanted to present the defenses they have in common. Now, just so you understand, an answer
Yay, I just love wellness. Getting your daily dose of nutrients doesn't have to be messy.
Has two things. It has a section which talks about the paragraphs in the complaint, and they go paragraph by paragraph, and they say we agree with this paragraph, we disagree with this paragraph, or we don't have enough knowledge to agree or disagree, and we cannot say, right? Or it's a legal conclusion, and we cannot say because it's a legal conclusion. So that part the part that talks about whether they agree, disagree, or whether they don't know about the entire complaint, which is very long, and they go paragraph by paragraph, that part is boring as hell. And to read through that is like reading paint dry. So we're not going to do that. What we're going to talk about is the second part of the answer, where they go into what's called affirmative defenses. So these are the defenses that they are raising to Ethan Klein's lawsuit. And an affirmative defense means even if Ethan Klein is right, I'm going to get away with it because X. So we're going to score all of those. I'm going to explain to you the law. I'm going to explain to you what each of those defenses is, what Denims is saying and what Case-Tron is saying. I'm going to explain to you which one it is. We're going to score them, and I'm going to tell you whether there is hope or whether there is cope with every single one. And I'm going to be very fair and objective, but I got to say, overall, you guys know this, and I've said this before, it is not in the favor of Denims and Case-Tron. It does not look good. But I'm going to tell you one by one, is it hope or is it cope? So let's get into it. And so typically the specific responses are very generic, mostly non-committal denials, but the affirmative defenses are interesting. So we're going to focus on what's interesting, because I don't like doing boring. And I'll show you, for example, this is the Denims complaint, right? I'll show you what I mean by boring. And I'm going to talk about this in kind of the fast facts versions and the other stuff. But you kind of see right here in the document, here's the beginning of the document of the answer, Alexander Marwer Saber, aka Denims. And then they go line by line, paragraph by paragraph, saying paragraph 1 contains legal conclusions to which no response is required. Defendant denies the allegations in paragraph 2. Paragraph 3, defendant lacks sufficient knowledge. Paragraph 4, defendant denies. Legal conclusions, lacks knowledge. Admits. So once again, in 10, they admit that. So you'd have to go back there and say, okay, what did they say? By the way, usually the only thing they admit is their name and where they live. Typically, that's it. Typically, they don't admit anything else other than their name. And that's all. That's what they'll agree to. Yeah. So what we're going to go through is not this part about admitting or denying, because that's kind of boring. What we're going to scroll down is all these affirmative defenses, which are down here. So failure to state a claim, fair use doctrine, express license, implied license, unclean hands, waiver, estoppel, justification and excuse, consent, innocent infringement, no injury and damages, good faith, inequitable conduct, unjust enrichment, latches, failure to register copyright, lack of notice, reservation of additional damages. So we're going to talk more. The reservation we're not going to talk about because that's kind of a catch-all. But all the rest of them, we're going to go through and I'm going to score those. And for some of these, ladies and gentlemen, for some of these defenses, I genuinely believe their lawyer may have been high. I'm not kidding. I don't know what the legality of marijuana is in the state in which they're practicing. But I do think that their lawyer could have been ingesting cannabis at that time. Now, I'm not saying it's negligent, but I'm saying it's very creative, if you know what I'm saying. If you know what I'm saying.
That's hilarious, because I was just going to say, what the fuck? Was Denim's lawyer high?
I looked at that, and I actually had to look up some of the defenses because they just pulled them out of nowhere. And literally, there are certain defenses they use that aren't even real in this area of law. I'm going to say that again, because I think you need to process this. Some of these defenses don't even exist for copyright infringement. It's as if this lawyer doesn't have a lot of experience in copyright infringement, or he wants to try some crazy stuff. And he's just throwing spaghetti at the wall and he sees what sticks. I'm not saying he's committing malpractice or he's not competent. I'm just saying it's very creative. We're going to use that word. We're going to use that word. Very creative. That's all. So let's get into the key accusation. Oh, this is the wrong one. Boop. Let me continue to go. First, failure to state a claim. Okay. So this is the first of the affirmative defenses. So the first affirmative defense is failure to state a claim. What failure to state a claim is it says even if all the facts are true, even if all the facts are true in a complaint, they do not establish a valid legal cause of action. This is saying they're going to be able to remove this on a motion to dismiss. Are they going to be able to argue that there is no claim here? This is an extremely weak argument. Yes, you can make the argument. It's not an impermissible or impossible argument, but it's extremely weak, and the likelihood of success is cope. The likelihood of success is cope for the affirmative defense of failure to state a claim. The motion to dismiss will 100% be denied. There's no way they're going to win on motion to dismiss. It's just not going to happen. Next is fair use. Now, this is their strongest of all defenses, and I give it a 5 out of 10, which is the most I'm going to give for any of the affirmative defenses. So if accused copyright infringement, use of the copyrighted material falls under the fair use exception and is therefore not infringement. This is a 5 out of 10. It is a toss-up, but the odds are in Klein's favor. So I would say, if you really had to say, okay, in terms of arguments, because my strength of argument means, is this a killer argument? Is it like a totally a winner? And did they make it persuasively or did they not? I think it's a toss-up. They've got some facts that they may be able to argue, some case precedent they may be able to argue. So that's why I give them a 5. I'm trying to be very generous. I'm trying not to be unfair here. For affirmative defenses, this is the one where they need to spend the most time. Everything else is not as strong as this. They have one other, which maybe you could argue, but it's not as strong as fair use.
All right, come with me. I'm going to show you why oats overnight is your new favorite breakfast. It all starts with high quality ingredients. That means no artificial flavors, sweeteners, or preservatives. And speaking of flavors, let's just say we don't do boring. We have over 30 to choose from, like French toast, cookies and cream, and chocolate peanut butter banana, the original. And this is where the magic happens. Our R&D team thinks to themselves, what if we could make breakfast taste like dessert, but with only 4 to 9 grams of sugar? I think they nailed it. Now, if you're still not sure what this even is, it's a high-protein oatmeal shake. You make it in 3 steps the night before, and then it's ready to grab and go the next day. All first-time orders include a shaker bottle for free, and shipping is always free. Head to oatsovernight.com to build your own custom box today.
Would this make you buy a Ridge Ring? 2 people could win a Lamborghini Huracan Sterrato, a Hennessy Velociraptor, or $100,000? Hold on, let me explain. This is Daniel and his dad, the founders of Ridge.
We're here to introduce the Ridge.
They set out to make the most badass experience for guys getting their wedding ring, thinking, what's cooler than exotic vehicles and cash? So they decided 2 special people are going to win the sweepstakes of a lifetime, all by getting this, the premium Ridge Ring. We've spent millions of dollars in research, refining, and testing, as well as thousands of hours making sure Ridge Ring is the last one you'll own. We understand guys' fingers get bigger or smaller, so we offer free size changes. Even if you lose it, we'll replace it at no cost. Ridge Rings are made of the most durable materials known to man, all while having an extremely comfortable fit. We can't forget the custom engravings, free silicone band, and 99-day risk-free trial. We get it. You're probably used to shopping for a ring in an overpriced jewelry store. But after all the research and hard work we've done, making the best wedding ring, why wouldn't you buy a Ridge Ring to get a chance to win the vehicle of your dreams?
It's not as strong as fair use. So I think it's a toss-up in Klein's favor. Okay, next, express license. What this means is, did Ethan Klein give Casey Tron and Denims permission expressly to write it. So a plaintiff cannot claim infringement against a defendant who uses plaintiff's copyrighted work if the plaintiff granted the defendant an express license to use the work. So if you said, you can use this, it's okay, you can copy this, then you've got no express license, especially if you put that in writing. You put that in writing. I think this is a weak argument because there is no, and the likelihood of success is unlikely because there's no written or specific license. There's nowhere where there is a written or specific license to use this content. Now, there's implied license. This is different. This is different. This is a little bit better. This is the second best defense in everything. The second best defense. Not perfect, but the second best. So you could argue about permission. Once again, the defense is permission to use something copyrighted material, to use some copyrighted material that is not explicitly granted, but it's inferred from the conduct of the owner or the circumstances. So this is a very generous ranking, Once again, I'm trying to be fair and professional, and I'm trying not to be biased here, so I'm trying to be very generous. Ethan Klein did at some point make a general statement about how he treats people using his content. However, he did not say, I give you permission to take the entire video with minimal content. And he also did not say, I give you permission to maliciously redirect traffic. So I think it's going to be difficult to argue that. However, it is easier to argue implied license than it is to argue express license. So this might be more possible. Once again, I give this at best, a 30 or 40% shot. And that would be me being very, very, very generous. Me being very generous for a 30 or 4% shot. Versus it's a toss-up, maybe like a 45% chance on fair use because you never really know which way it goes. I think 65% in favor of Ethan, 45% on the other way because you really never know. This one's more like 20, 30%. Much lower. Yeah, he definitely, so an express license means in writing. He never gave them writing or an email or something like that. Implied means the conduct, meaning, oh, hey, we're all streamers. Every streamer copies somebody. No. In fact, if you look at the overall environment, streamers strike each other all the time. Streamers strike each other over petty stuff, over stuff that's clearly fair use, all the time. All the time. So it's not streamer culture to do this. Unclean hands. I love unclean hands. It sounds so good. Your hands are unclean. Go wash them. Go wash your hands. Your dirty, unclean hands. So this one means someone has behaved badly in the specific situation they're suing about, so they cannot ask the court. So by asserting unclean hands, both Casey Tron and Denims are saying that Ethan Klein did something naughty and therefore he can't sue. And I think what they're trying to say is him setting a copyright trap is unclean hands. The problem is it's not illegal or impermissible or dirty or not practical. Many people register their copyright. In fact, that's what you should do. In fact, you're encouraged to register your copyrighted material. So this seems like a very, very weak argument. I give it a 2 out of 10, and that's me being generous. And the likelihood of success being cope. Waiver. For waiver, what this says is the plaintiff waived a right relevant to their claim. So what right did Ethan Klein waive relevant to the claim? He hasn't waived anything. He hasn't waived anything at all. In fact, he's reserved all of his rights. So by arguing waiver, Casey and Dennintrums and their lawyer are just making this up. I don't see where this is coming from at all. So I say, once again, this is a cope. Estoppel. Now, this one, I think it's arguable but not likely. it's weaker than implied license. It's probably, it's probably not a 4.5. It's probably like a 3.5. But estoppel is a concept which prevents a plaintiff from asserting a legal claim that contradicts their prior actions or statements, particularly if it would be unfair to the defendant. So it's sort of like an implied license. You could say, okay, because of the conduct of Ethan Klein in the past and the implied license, there's sort of like an estoppel here that should come out. I still think it's unlikely. 20% would be very generous. 30% would be generous with this one. So I think this one, yes, you can argue it. Yes, it's better than, it's a hell of a lot better than waiver. I mean, waiver's a joke. Waiver's embarrassing. Waiver is like, what are you doing here? But estoppel, okay, I see it. It's not going to win. But once again, remember, guys, even with really crappy clients, and I trust me, guys, Denims and Casey Tron clients, they're very bad clients. I would never want them as clients. Never. You still have to try. And if they tell you to throw the kitchen sink in them, you do that. Okay, this is a funny one. Justification and excuse. So defendant, that is Casey Tron and Denims, are saying that they admit to committing the crime, but they argue that the circumstances justify or excuse their action. Giving this a 3 out of 10 was really because I looked through the entire thing and I give them so many 1s and 0s. I had to try to give them some 3s because I wanted to be fair. But what is the justification? Because Ethan Klein is a bad human being, because he's a Yahtzee? The law doesn't apply differently to people because you think they're a bad human being subjectively. So I don't know what justification or excuse they have for copying it. Maybe they want to try to argue implied license or estoppel, and justification or excuse is a part of that, but I just don't see it as being a winning argument. I see it as sub 10% chance here. So this was a pity 3. It really should be a 2. Honestly, it should be a 2. But I gave it a pity 3. Okay, consent. This is sort of like implied license as well. So they admit that the infringement was committed, but assert there are additional facts that justify or excuse the action. So once again, just kind of sort of like justification, and otherwise negate the plaintiff's claim. Did Ethan Klein consent to it through implication? Maybe. I think 10-15% chance at most. Likelihood of success, very, very low. And the argument, very weak. Innocent infringement. Oh, it's cute. It's an innocent infringement. It's a cute infringement. It's the type of infringement you can bring home to grandma, right? No. Innocent infringement, it actually, in a weird way, I give it a 4 out of 10 because it's not actually a full defense. So what innocent infringement is it means it can reduce the damages that the court awards on a copyright infringement case. It is not a complete defense to liability.
Those ones too, along with the tiny little magnets.
I think this one is plausible because they could take some sympathy or pity on them and reduce the damages. That is possible. The judge can do that. So they could say, okay, it is infringement, but it's relatively innocent, so let's reduce the damages and not have them totally high. So I think it's arguable. I think it's unlikely to make the damages 0, but I think it's arguable. It is arguable. So I'm okay with that. Inequitable conduct. So there is a defense in patent law. Remember, this is copyright law. Copyright law is not patent law. Okay? So their lawyer is literally using an argument from patent law, saying that a patent applicant misrepresents or omits material information with the intent to deceive the Patent and Trademark Office. This is literally a non-existent argument, which is impossible, which only applies for patents, not copyright. This is the dumbest thing that I've seen in a while, where a lawyer is going to argue law from an area that we're not even talking about. And he does it multiple times. This is one time. He does it another time too, which is like, it blows my mind. Maybe he's trying to make a unique argument and saying, even though this exists in patent law, you judge, I want you in this case to make this up. But what doesn't make any sense is this usually only applies to the patent office. So what are you saying? They deceived the Copyright Office? I don't think so, and it's properly registered. So what proof do you have of that? That's what's funny there. Okay, unjust enrichment. One party was unfairly benefited at the expense of another party without proper compensation. This is hilarious because the only people that were unfairly benefited were the orbiters, were Casey Tron and Denims, right? The only people who unfairly made money were the orbiters. It was not Ethan Klein. How did Ethan Klein unfairly benefit? It makes no sense whatsoever. Where did his money come? Where did any money come from him? He didn't make anything. This is maximum copium. Saying that Ethan Klein was unjustly enriched. What are you talking about? Latches. The defendant can argue the plaintiff waited too long to sue and that the delay unfairly harms the defendant. This one is another one that is so brain dead. This is completely brain dead. It's near impossible. I give it a 0.5. I wanted to give it a 0, but technically you can make this argument. It's not illegal, but this is what they're arguing, guys. They are arguing that Ethan waited too long to sue. Ladies and gentlemen, he literally sued immediately. He literally sued like days after their videos dropped. You cannot possibly sue faster than he did. He had everything lined up and planned, like everything, and he sued him in. And they're trying to argue he waited too long. That's their argument. It's fully within the statute of limitations. Like fully within the statute of limitations. This argument, it's like you're clearly just throwing this out there. Which once again, I need to make this clear. The lawyer is not doing anything illegal. He is entitled to make these defenses. But I'm also entitled to tell you that these defenses are absolute doggy doo-doo. Because they are doggy doo-doo. A big steaming pile. Not just a little Chihuahua pile. This is a Great Dane sized pile of doggy doo-doo. So let's just continue to sniff this mess, if you will. Failure to register copyright. This one I had to put at a 0. So they make the affirmative defense that while registration isn't required for copyright protection to exist, it's necessary to file a lawsuit for infringement. This is another argument that is brain dead, because literally in the complaint itself, they show how they registered it and they give proof of registration. It is literally impossible. The copyright was clearly registered properly. It was done by a lawyer. It was done in the proper way. There is no way this argument wins. It's a 0 because it's properly registered. You have all the proof of proper registration. So once again, I think he just copy pasted a list or just threw everything at the wall, but this is going to be absolutely blown out of the water. So lack of notice. Defendants were unaware and could not have known about the lawsuit. Therefore, it should not be held liable. This is one I wanted to give another 0 as well. How are you going to be answering a lawsuit? So you've already answered the lawsuit and you're saying you have no notice? What are you talking about? You know the lawsuit's happening and you have notice, proper notice, etc. You had notice of the copyright, etc. So where's this lack of notice coming from? I don't understand this one.
These easy balanced meals kick takeout to the curb. Factor helped me take control over what I'm eating and spending on takeout. I easily dropped $40 on delivery fees a week. You don't even want to know how much the totals were. It's embarrassing. Factor cost me way less. I'm not just talking about money. I'm saving time and energy and eating tasty dishes that energize me. These chef-made meals heat up in 2 minutes and they're dietitian approved. I'm eating flavorful dinners now that fuel me up, cost less than takeout, and make my life so easy. Get started today.
I can't believe it's possible for me to do all this with the new HelloFresh. Now I'm cooking the most delicious meals at home every single time. The menu, now twice the size and packed with high-quality proteins like steak, salmon, and fresh seasonal veggie options. Radishes, Brussels sprouts, the list goes on. Look at this. The food speaks for itself. I'm excited about being in the kitchen again, discovering new recipes, and eating more homemade meals.
Complete cope. And typically, this is another one that lack of notice is typically only used for premises liability. So for example, this one typically works, for example, if you walk onto somebody's property and they have an alligator pit and they fall in the alligator pit. So if I, as a Florida man, right, if I build in my Florida man house, in Kissimmee, right, I build an alligator pit and I hide it under some leaves and you fall in the alligator pit and I didn't tell you there's an alligator pit, but I invited you over. You'd say, hey, I had lack of notice, right? I had no idea that was there. Or if there's something I should have told you about, right? For example, let's say I had a bunch of plants that were really made of super brittle glass that if you touch the plant, they would shatter in a million pieces. And you touch the plant, it shatters, and I sue you. And you could say, well, I have lack of notice. You should have notified me not to touch the plant. So let's continue with the rest of the defenses here. Oh, wait, sorry. We got to the end. So lack of notice, not going to happen. It's cope. Failure to register, cope, impossible. Latches, cope. Unjust enrichment, cope. Inequitable conduct, impossible. Good faith, cope. No injuries or damage, cope. Innocent infringement, unlikely. Consent, unlikely. Justification, excuse, unlikely. Estoppel, unlikely. Waiver, cope. Unclean hands, cope. Implied license, unlikely. Express license, unlikely. Fair use, the only toss-up. And failure to state a claim of cope. You can see without a doubt, objectively, as I go through that, it is mostly cope. It is mostly cope. We are not in a situation where this is something that I would say, okay, this is something where it's going to be a reasonable argument other than fair use. I think they got to stick to fair use as their core defense and focus on that. All the time on this other stuff, really not worth it.
I need to catch up on some sleep. Obviously, dude. Like 2 hours. Appreciate you guys coming by whenever you watch.